Hello, hello, hello. It doesn't sound too bad on my end. Alright. Well, last time we was here, some very good misfortune happened. Uh, yeah, that that dark scene, and then my body was taken afterwards. So, let's continue at it. Are you well enough to make your report? And well enough to not want to be in someone else's body again. This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry raged rather more loudly in our ears than ours. If we are taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of Telephoros mechanism. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thinker and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered enemy magics. Furthermore, the road leading to it has glass, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus, we do propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Luxem's delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telephor believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Almingen, Uldon, and Eastern comrades will use different methods of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Isilidio, a vast biotech manufacturer in ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the worthwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While Teleporoid's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, it can carry us to providing we sneak aboard unseen. Science will lead the infiltration party. Once as you must locate and dispatch Daniel and Xenos. We'll get our fill, you and me both. How quickly can we enact each plan? Daniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of few might concern, even assuming he didn't name the Tower of Babel on a whim. And Amon's time, it meant gateway to the gods. Zandi used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it's almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reasons to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to form Patton's lease group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we have been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Guess my Tokoro felt like he needed to ride along. Yeah, some more settings. If he had a map of the whole location, why didn't I get one so I can just simply build this out? That seemed like the best idea. Hey, here's a map of the whole region. You just mapped it out. You can keep it. Automated knife. I'm not gonna lie, that is accurate. Wait until the tunnel is clear, we'd make sure of that. I'll warm up when I throw a punch too. Barely enough flow to swaddle a newborn, and clearly you have spent too long already this feral dog of Dorthal. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the cow. Crows. You will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone, should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Well, if I knew we were going back to our old battle uniforms, I would just like switch back. Hello, everyone. All set for the battle, I see? Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrance. And rather more susceptible to the code, let us review our strategy quickly if you don't mind. Fitness group has gone ahead to the Inferium. We are to meet him there. We wait until the Emperor's attention is drawn by our diversionary force. Then we sneak into the train. Next stop is Tower of Babel. If any tempered included are injured, we, Sayla, will tend to them. You Sayas must press on no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own way into the stadium. See you there. See them. Oh, it's a bunch of people just wailing on that boss. Might as well. Automated apes, too. Summer churches. Hell, it's good to see you. We heard that you collapsed, but were given only a moment of cursory explanation. I'm glad you recovered and quickly enough to take part in the Operation Hellcat. As you will have heard, we secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from this tier will lead the way into the station. I will join you soon. This is a long way just to tell me, hey, this is a dungeon that you gotta prepare for. What are they doing outside? That is intense fighting. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Telepor's leader. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the tower, destroying it will deliver our enemy from the Telepor's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Gallian people manipulated any longer, be it by Primo, Ascian, or anything else. See here, there's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we are going to do together. Till then. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. Sure, I can't have Pippin on my team. They are making a really good distraction. This time I will not join with the track system. Kind of wanted to be faster than with the... Oh my gosh, that was... I didn't expect to get a team that fast. Privilege of a healer.
Now or never.
I'm gonna say, so much faster with actual people. Oh, why is he different? I'm surprised you're not dying. I honestly thought I would have died. Oh no, get closer. I thought about it last second. We'll stiffen and leave. Then she's Zalos. Be across from us. Kind of nice we want to level up Black Mage warrior. Did not imagine that. I gotta say the Black Mage is the best out of love. I can tell you this is much faster than I've been in the past. I think he has very linear attacks. His attack is not. Oh, I wish I could save you there. I was not ready for that. I was actually prepared for you that time. Not a single one for me. One weird elevator after another. That was a good use of limit, right? Oh, that was close. Not a single one of them. that because I did not expect there to be that.
gonna try to rescue him, but I just get me.
Wasn't too bad. At least he won't be summoned again. Oh, my headset got caught in my glasses. That was weird. None of that was for healers. The entire run.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part. Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber! And descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Krile? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine! No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate.
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Let's go to the moon. If all the Tempered are affected, Julius and his comrades are likely to put up a fight at the struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. My apologies, I was lost in thought. The device is of Allegian design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. But let us turn to the task at hand. As Hydaelyn said, the flow of ether will transport you to Mara Letrium. We must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits our prayers are with you. Now go beyond these skies.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
More ruins of... You with me. Hydaelyn's champion. Oh, this place is huge. Yeah, I'm gonna touch the right first. You've got to really be close to this, and it's huge. It's not like it's a small Easter egg. I return. I must return. Why? 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 Home, I want, I need. You mustn't touch. In Cerulean halls, find me. A well-kept ruins by that. And I already like the architecture. No steps echo through this looming spire, save your own, but nevertheless sense a presence above. Is this door open? Door does not open. Do I get any more skills? At 90, I get a new attack. At 88, I get a hint, so. The Watcher. Apologies, I have been preoccupied for quite some time, and I am out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Hydaelyn, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. I am responsible for the prisoner and the device that holds him fast. Zodiac himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Hydaelyn, he's grown more powerful with every rejoining. There have been 7 too many. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiark, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. Six locks to his gall, great and grand. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brand to bind Zodiark forevermore. Five were destroyed by his will-be liberators. One of those I have destroyed. I strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. So sacrifices summon Zodiark, their manifestation is the consequence of the waning seal. They labored in opposition to my word. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. Of that I have no doubt. You are her chosen. I am the Watcher and the Goaler. I am not the Judge. Know this, Hydaelyn commands the forces of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. As long as the Zodiac remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go, meet with these wandering spirits. Do what you think is right. So they can't die, or they can't die or temper other people. And I thought it was weird that I saw 2 of them still active. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away. Faint echoes are as they are. Where the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. Be no monster under here. Oh. It would have killed me. Where, when, how long? Was it truly so long ago? We were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow, with our will, our creations. Star's beating heart, its life. Every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better. The star flourished as we did we. Do you remember? As the whispers die, the final spirit fades, no shadows of time's long laws remain under the drowning brand. This is a dog. An unusual, illustrious dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation. It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. Oh, the illustrious dog is not far behind. Cliff. Oh, it's not a cliff. It's a weird design. It's a cave. Led me to the other sky. Hellstalk slightly regards the spirit that lurks near the ground. We in the star were fulfilled. Wanted for naught, mourned for naught. So why? Why did it have to end? At least we'll level up. The final days taught us the fear of a death forced upon us, the injustice of duties and dreams left unfulfilled, the grief of unexpected parties, swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedies, yet no catharsis. Such truths, yet no consolation. Consolation. This is the spirit's phase, all silence still around the numbing brand. Once again staring at you expectantly. Who are you to deny? Follow and try not to fall behind. I think running would suffice. Good. At least the Genesis rocks are passive. Ah, Cactar. This is the last one. Still got one more grind to visit though. Our perfection came crumbling down, such overwhelming despair in that moment we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to Zodiac. Zodiac, our Lord and Savior. Forge our world anew. To live, love again. one with the star. Fill earth and heaven with life, birth paradise where fear is distant memory. Pardon me, but will you be so kind as to step aside? Oh, that unmistakable color, the soul of Azim. But not the friend I knew. I think, nevertheless, you are you. So Emmett Cell meant for you to have it. You seem surprised. Why might that be? Again, I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. Cell created a shade of my likeness, and not only me, but all of it. Amarant? How very like him. Slave to sentiment, even after an eternity. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shade you have met before. No mere approximation, but the original. The soul sacrificed to Zodiark. We remember in vivid details the events leading to our purgatory. The plan implies The plans and plots for her resurrection, Hydaelyn intervention, and Zodiark's and the star's final fate. And then we drifted in a walking dream, our minds steeped in fog until you came. I know not what you and your friends intend to do for Zodiark or the future of the star, nevertheless. In you, I place my trust and faith. In you, I choose to believe as Imhotep did. Believe in yourself and all will be well. Ah, so Daniel, what? That color I know. And another I do not, an unfamiliar but fearsome being. I've kept you from your duty. By way of apology, I will ensure that the shades hinder you no more. Protect the final brand. Farewell, my new old friend. I thought I was gonna go talk to the dog. There's a whole mess of trouble on the other side of me. The dog growls and agitated. Dog nudges you with his nose. You get the feeling that it wants you to hop on. Might as well. Alright, that beats walking.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac! Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. But powerful, oh so powerful, more so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes, a taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it. Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
into command. I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos, but a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
Kinda knew Fandaniel was gonna throw himself in there. He seemed like the type to actually do that. Oh, so I just get dragged into the core? Is that what happened? And I have set Soul's crystal from earlier. That must be hiding back separating sections of this body. Missing 3 arms. 3. And cut in half. That's a third. Missing 2. Well, halfway to the legs. Oh! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them? Oh, that makes complete sense. 6. That's the remaining 6 fractures. We have both healers and no tank. What is the weather here? Polarization. This is a small field too. There it is. Why is it always the DPS that backs out?
establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of Circus were but playthings. Become flesh! To see the end. Soon my hold over Zodiark shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiark!
We've got you terrifying.
The natural order overturned!
Whoop.
All in existence, bent to my will!
That makes complete sense. I'm glad you did that. Oh,
my life's work! My masterpiece! For this day.
Oh, I fell off. Me and the samurai.
All in existence, bent to my will.
defeated! From broken skies fall tears of flame! All shall burn! Will you live to see the end?
That was not pleasant at all.
All in existence, bend to my will! Will you live to see the end?
Oh, was not paying attention. How big are you?
I have no need for strength.
Trusting the people
All in existence, bend to my will! Will you live to see the end?
That's the most I've ever used that skill.
Will you live to see the end?
Ooh, got lucky with that one. Wait, isn't it?
All in existence, bend to my will!
job putting up multiple shields at once. I knew I was gonna die. I just do it. Finish him.
Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
It's weird that you put a Primal player against Primal against Primal player. Well, my progressions are complete. I can't let you still Zodiac once more. Withdraw now from this place. The teleporter will see you safe.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory. First, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you live to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Hydaelyn and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
At last.
Deep breath, slow and steady. You saw it too, yes? The blue star below, thrown in turmoil. Then it was no illusion, all was true. With death of Zodiark, the law of nature over which he preside have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. What you witnessed was an omen granted by the Echo, a vision of the horrors to come. Time grows short.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day. Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair. We shall see.
I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiark and the end of all things. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share. You see, I sense others arriving not long ago. Though my communions with Heidelin has grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to see, no, these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. How do I enter, though? Where's the dog? Plus, I haven't even scarce seen the entire movie. Weird. Oh, because I haven't even gotten one. Trailer for industry merchandise. Huh. Exactly what I have on. I think my jewelry outmatches this. I bet a little. Anyway. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the temper before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few donated donated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Kra hath also been delivered into their care, serving as a conduit as Hydaelyn's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. As for Alphinaud and Alizé, they insisted on remaining in Golemo while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. But what manner of conclusion, if I may ask? And is this a ally whom Hydaelyn bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Amarant. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was courted by Hydaelyn. Together with this place, it has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiac, or rather, it was my duty. The Zodiac is no more. And not without consequence, I am afraid. For now, the delicate weave of the star preserved by his presence will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of. Are you all right? My attempts to forestall Zodiac's release have all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we pursue them while we wait? By all means, if you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor. I shall leave that to you while I see what I can be gleaned from the crystals on the lower levels. A lot of crystals. Zodiac defeated. While he may have been in a complete state, that's nevertheless an impressive feat. But even if you hadn't, his demise was inevitable, for Daniel would have seen it one way or another. That said, he probably would have wielded Zodiac's power direct until destruction before taking his own life, making this the better of the two unfavorable outcomes. Dost thou suppose our hosts have maintained his solitary vigil since the very beginning, without rest or relief? If so, these records comprise the sum total of his existence. We must needs handle them with care. Is Stola at the bottom still? I'm pretty sure I didn't pass her. You gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac fills through your mind. Daily summary, no anomalies detected. These appears to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to beginning of Zodiac imprisonment. One year reality. You gaze into the crystal. Knowledge of the past calamities flows through your mind. Records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the hands. Maintaining Zodiac imprisonment appears to tax Hydaelyn greatly. You gaze into the crystals with knowledge of past rejoinings flow through your mind. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare and the event that Zodiac broke free of him from his imprisonment. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Loportes, though it's not clear who or what they are. You gaze into the crystal, and a record of the unexpected visitor flows through your mind. The records note Watcher musing when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brother have a keen interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, yet they have made no attempts to destroy the bands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never dare bring harm to Zodiac so long as he remains in prison. I did pass this show. Did you learn anything of importance? So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the bands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Unbold Calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon is in fact created by Hydaelyn. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Hydaelyn's power are far beyond anything I could have imagined. Thank you for affording me this short reprieve.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single world, Aetheres. One day from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, affecting a profound change in all manner of life. were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
There were not, however, the convulsion struck upon a method to predict where next the corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all the creation in the form of various currents. The currents which course through the land and seas. Those which flow through the very air. And those celestial in nature which encompass both our star and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Their valuable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of earth and air, the celestial currents form a vast network, but the ether distribution is not consistent. The convulsion soon realized that the inciting incidents occur in regions where the flow was weakest. Correlation without clear cause ultimately, nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiark conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Precisely, with the advent of Zodiark, our end was averted.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiark's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed, there was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but their aim was never to unmake him. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need remain, for his departure would set in motion the apocalypse force once more. Hydaelyn recognized this as well, and so rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiac herself and the stars into lesser reflections, that she might confine him in this place. Perhaps she did, but as with all beings, intent is not always in accord with spoken word. Hydaelyn and Zodiac are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiac was, without question, the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of Itheri's population. This was it necessary for Hydaelyn to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still more effort was needed to confine him. Maintaining the brand taxed her greatly. With what power she dared spare, she cried out to any who might listen and offered her blessings to those who heed her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of theories in her history. Like Zodiac, Hydaelyn's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linger in the prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the Source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
Nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Bring ruin to the Source, and its reflections will share in its fate. It is ready. This way, if you would be so kind. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
Hydaelyn knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she has ever struggled to hold Zodiac and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst and so made preparations. In event of his demise, there would be a contingency. The moon's more than a prison, it's a vessel. Not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them. And fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the Dark. So this is a giant ship. The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not easily traversed. However, let us call upon Ergros, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing your cross. As Hydaelyn created me as the goer, so too did she create Egros as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange, perhaps the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand and attempt to call upon him from there. You need recall the path you walked with air grows before you will find your way. If he labors in service of Hydaelyn's plan, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing Brandon? I don't know, flying mounts just makes me feel slower. There it is. Oh, that's actually liquid, or some sort of magma? I don't know what that is. Looks like someone's up here with their chocobo. I could prepare me for boundless beauty of Aetheri's shining, shimmering amidst the sea of stars. A blue sapphire, but one countless other jewels glimmering with life, no doubt. So close yet so far, does not the harsh terrain remind you of somewhere we've been before? The Dravinian Forelands, aye? This place is a place that rejects the intrusion of outsiders, with solitude reigns supreme. At the very least, the sound is suitable for Zodiac's prison. With little preparation, it might be possible to reverse this gap on foot. Then again, it would be long, long way down if one should slip, perhaps another time. The place we seek is just ahead at the Glorioforgus. You see, Urgos cannot manifest without significant concentration of an ambient ether. You would be hard-pressed to find a greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. There's a place both called to mine Palaenda, home of the Namu. The guard of Zodiac's prison, blood-red eyes, slobbering maw, and built like the behemoth I'd imagine. Let's hope he's friendly. The entire cave is brimming with ambient ether. Alas, any further analysis will have to wait. Yes, here will do nicely. The Lunar's Wangu draws ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite significant for Argos to manifest. Might you be willing to spare some of your own to help these fungi along? Where? Argos manifests in the flesh. He seems glad to see you again. The most fascinating creation of Hydaelyn, would you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. Though I assure you it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the bear. No, Argos was quite eager to be at your side then, as he is now, it seems. I cannot recall when last he showed such a affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to be shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more than a sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. As for your companions, unexpected but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready. Then let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. Your destination is the structure that there across the Cradle of Darkness. But climb onto Argo's back and he will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, should not take long to find the ship crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in events of Zodiac's destruction. Heed the council, together you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Who would Hydaelyn entrust the command of so great a vessel, I wonder? I was expecting something a little more intimidating, and less man's best friend. Notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not all go at once. I propose the two of us cross first, and while Thinker and Urianger wait here. Enough twisted ether yet permeates from the crater remnants. Remnants of Zodiac, most likely. could have completely walked it. I'm not saying I wanted to, but I'm just saying could have. The structure is just enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average emerine. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let us head inside. Indo. That's intriguing. A means by which he conserves energy, perhaps. Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account. Helpful as he's been. If Vagros is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting over long. Truly a marvel beyond description. Its scale is reminiscent of Amaranth, or rather the replica we visited on the first.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Aetheris to safety! Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate. And don't forget to relay our signal to Aetheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Caught everyone off guard. They must be the Loperites mentioned in the Watcher's record. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave the rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on, then let us be about it. I'm gonna jump around. The Loperites all appear to have sent about their works, whether it is their leader, I wonder. Saw the fun the traders of Aetheres were up to, and I thought to myself, hey, I could do that. So here I am, eagerly awaiting your patronage and bicolor gemstones. Turn to crystal before I forget. Look. Such a fascinating apparatus, though it's hard to believe it could house so many new crew members. Even so, there's nothing else here to suggest other types of accommodations. Oh, that's going to be annoying. How do you get up there besides falling? Yeah, jumping is no way. Leader of the crew, not me. I'm afraid Seeming Way is the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the cleanest air for the people of Aetheres, and that's a promise. Leader? No. Sleeping Way. My job is... perhaps I better ask. I only saw them from a distance, but their fur was brown, if that helps at all. How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Oh yes, of course. I was, as the only one around here capable of doing anything properly, it falls to me to take charge of the others. Well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? A group comprised entirely of children? What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter, we needn't worry your pretty little head as well. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. If you could run along back towards the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing ball at the center if you should find yourself lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floors it is.
Introductions are in order. My name is Livingway, and we are the Lotharites, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Atheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name, map breather and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Atheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here, we have Atheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Atheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Hydaelyn herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confounded it all. Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
It's a good thing we have a myriad of races here to give them information. Right then, now that you here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us and all the terrible grandeur. So it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed pro se. Address it we shall. Here at Bestways Barrow, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinion on them. I'm sure we've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with food stuff? Meet me at the Caratorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies. Oh, there's another one. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Atheris rotting to its core bring a matter of course is rather concerning though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Laprates and this vessel. Get that if I can. Stuff. It's below me, but I don't see it. Well, that's a giant doorway, so it might be there. I'm gonna try my hand up top first. I can summon a mount. I forget this isn't a giant city. It's the equivalent of a giant city, though. It should have Aetherites in there. It's still below. That is the giant door. that another Aetheryte? Not one I can atone to. Yeah. I think those are just lighting. Oh, I actually like this battle music. Okay, I'm actually gonna have to kill you. Oh, no, no. Welcome to the Cantorium. Here we create prototypes of various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of Foodstuff Productions. Cooking Away, pleasure to meet you all. Our work has evolved no small amount of trial and error, but after many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy, balanced diet from the reference material we receive. Why, I practically wore the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we have also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we're all quite famished. Hopping along the platform here, you will find a storage unit full of the bursting delectables delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Are we just each going our own way? I can see why these are so big, but I would think that would still be mildly annoying for Amorites. Open a storage unit and find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. Let's get the vibrant yellow. Well, it has no particular smell to speak of. The yellow variant is unusually light and springy. These qualities, together with extensively lean finger, would lead anyone to question whether it is indeed a carrot. Looks like the thought you elect to simply take an obscene large carrot for now. Due to the bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cooking Away whether it's safe to eat first. So did any of the selections set your mouth to watering? Ah yes, a fine choice. One of personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. Okay. With great trepidation, you took a bite out of the carrot. You snap off a piece of the carrot, enjoying this crunchy texture. Righteous confidence surges within you. A certainty that you are the center of the universe, that all creation is a story, and you're the star, beloved and perfect and special, a God worthy of worship and prayer, or at the very least, a second role should the dice treat you poorly. Lucky carrot. Ah. What do you think? Unlike anything you ever tasted, yes? The lucky carrot is, well, to be honest, we're not quite sure how it was first made. A happy accident, you might say, but as the name suggests, after eating one, you feel blessed with good fortune. We have plenty of other varieties too, bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. Charlene, what in blazes is that? I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else? If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on F3s? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was not quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a strange at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for the encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. And so we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man can't live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare carrots in other ways. But our primary concern was efficiency, and what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? Not a strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue. You know that otherwise impenetrable parlance with the watcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words in a dictionary that is from our collaborators, we learned your language, adverbs, gonads, present, continuous verb conjunctions, just the basics. Then we found the terms related to our given task and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? Not really, but does explain a great deal. Wherefore didst thou kind deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'll never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. Up your critiques, such as they were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Aetherus as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is not but carrots on the menu. Can I go about just eating carrots now? Because the carrot was technically... Oh, I guess a hunt train is going on. I think we had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. I'm pretty sure the clothing is 3 times as big as us. How do they make the goods? That's not a supporter. Why do they look so aggressive for being helpful? Oh, this is the edge of one part of the map. Here we are, the Apparel Production Station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task, creation magics. Hydaelyn in her infinite wisdom bless us with the self-same affinity for magic. Her people oppose us. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with extra we needed. My, how resourceful. The sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume this has also been taken into account with our designs. But take my word for it, when you can simply try on our clothes. Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest. Okay, not straight up. Why isn't it straight up? I didn't want to walk across a whole building. Especially when you have aggressive caretakers in the way. Hi, it's you, one of the visitors from me. Aetheres, goodness me, Mapping Way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Alright, you here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? Simple and functional, right? This will only take a moment. Yeah, that is simple and functional. There we are, all finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. Nothing to bellow and frill or frilly, as you can see. Also light and durable, sure to serve you well whenever your travels might take you. You look at that, speechless, and there I thought you might not like it. If you've a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. Well, it's not the first time. There's a helmet included with it. Weird. First change your clothes, say no more. Oh, I was actually saying. I was gonna say, can I change them? Nope. Cannot change them. I fell. Cursed stairs. No one said you were coming. How can I help you? I wish to try my clothes, really? Of course, I would. It would be my honor. Do you have anything in mind? We'll go with the different designs. Say flare and it might go out. I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do. It's some of my best work yet. You're a strange one, aren't you? I honestly wasn't sure what to do when you didn't ask for anything specific. I take my work seriously, and however, I am never one to disappoint. Ensemble is a blend of a concepts of myriad professions, all-purpose attire for the modern women of Aetheris. What profession? I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. When you go and show Living Way, I'm sure he's eager to see what you come up with. I should have went with Flare. Oh my gosh, the boots. There's boots. I gotta call him out on this one. The food I'm okay with. The attire, on the other hand, that's just a no. My, don't we look splendid? The results of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. You needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon and we lopperies in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same, having stumbled our creation. Sampled our creations. All the same. All the same. Sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all of their concepts, we returned. Really, 'tis an ensemble most becoming. Why are you modeling our Jay? I think it's past time we return to these clothes. I was so confident in our comments would meet with your approval. Whatever we are doing wrong. The Watcher taught us that in his time everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Aetheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so humongous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preference. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we memorize every tone we receive, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to show you with our babbles and flappery, thinking it was for your benefit, when you be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? No, not that I'm aware of. We were born of Hydaelyn's love for theories and the salvation of the people on that star, and that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. I suppose you're right. Livingway, might we have leave to explore best ways below unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There's actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone had been talking about the visitors from the Etheres, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited for at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Etheres refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait, you still haven't visited the Dumbsicles? Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. Growing? That is not what I wanted to do. Oh, I can teleport there. There's still another half of the tires. You're here. You're really here. Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Cracky, even your names are amazing. Well, we'll be using the teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready.
Ready in the teleporter. Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Or quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Now, what did Urianger say at the end? I'm surprised they didn't notice me get teleported up here. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. A shame you couldn't see it, though. You really would have liked it. It might not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I care to admit. Each time we wake up, we have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this and that or that, but The one thing we all agreed upon was that the people of Aetheres wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at a chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails, force them to accept our intervention. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look around the Curatorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me. That way I don't have to jump down. I do the same thing every time. You're here, though the door is great as Innsvale. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. You'll understand the people of F3s enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural space and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll and to the fountain this way. Gosh, I couldn't read that for some reason. Oh, I was about to say some forest. Now it looks a little bit more luxurious, I guess I would say. The tiles help. The tile does help make it look colorful. It's not much of a forest, though. The fountain's a fountain, though. That was a nice fountain. So what do you think of the forest? It's positively pleasant, simply sublime. Are you pulling my tail? You're in the forest right now. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric system, this place produces air as clean as that you would find in a forest on Aetheres. The fountain here behind us, powered by a rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spheric of spheres, And I just say its unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. Sight worth the many years spent building this place. If it is not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from the theories, because we may be... You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. Oh, looks like the end of it. Seems like it's only one. But no, I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals or furies, but we don't eat them. And certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. We use the crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Hydaelyn's influence being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis, and all manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Ethos. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them. For example, put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is most barren. Of course, this was all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiark in check. You should know why they're multicolored crystals. It's like doing Eden when you have multicolored crystals, but it's the reverse effect of them. I was thinking that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we first created the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiark, there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Hydaelyn gave us our first task, furnished the moon with propulsion system capable of facilitating travel to the other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Hydaelyn shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done, 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion system were ready. Considering how long it took, we wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until 100 years later. And then there was that brief period where our productivity came to a screaming halt, when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Ithries, the Alchemist midship, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was concluding with Zodiark. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. Oh, that was random. That actually scared me. I can't tell you how relieved we were that when Hydaelyn informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. That generally scared me. I did not expect that to come. Say, do you notice anything particular about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact they are massive crystals and not trees. Give you a hint, it's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the devices fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill the role similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun is similar celestial objects, and the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your batteries. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in perfect amount of sunlight, or rather a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different cultivatures. Yes, indeed, the forest truly is the greatest. I just see just two different color styles. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion system in habitable facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago. With that, most of the important features were fit for a purpose, which was all well and good, except we still do absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Aetheres. Why not go to visit Aetheres yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. We're our technology and or knowledge of the moon, true purpose exploited for evil, and as the result could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings and became increasingly difficult to converse with Hydaelyn. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseech her to find people on Aetheres we could trust and to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. Then met the Sharlayans, who proceeded to do the absolute same thing they have always done. Nothing. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited. Hopefully, Hydaelyn would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and through her power of waning, we were able to speak with them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and a means to travel here to the moons. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves as much as I am. I knew you would like Greatest Ensville. I knew it. Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it means a lot to me. There you are. I take it you already received the grand tour. A shame we missed it. Anyway, I've been looking all over for you. Oh, is there about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I'll be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really, I can't imagine why you need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking about the Barrow. Now, come along, Growingway. Before we arrive, you seem to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Do you learn anything of importance? They spent 12,000 years preparing for this. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still, it remains to be seen for the people who can be persuaded to evacuate, even when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to foreseeably evacuate people, they will meet with great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if we face with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There is another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, that will not be necessary if you will excuse me. I'm gonna go speak with Oriange. It is clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for evacuation of Atheres is indeed crucial, but I'm not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I'm not alone in my resistance. Did Oriange seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Will you go and see if he's alright? Y'shtola and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final day. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up with him. Is he gonna just jump into the crater, absorb the energy, become no Zodiac? Okay, seeing me and sensing my presence are two different things. Gonna turn around at the top. He's not. He did. Bolted.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy, and duplicity. When Grahar did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. Her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity? I am not alone in my discomfort, then? 'Tis surprising, though perhaps not. We Scions are wont to debate strategy at length, but are resolute and unwavering in execution. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
In truth, my reason for traveling here was to effect a plan of my own. A plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May I say, for those so not guaranteed of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure should it come would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with preferred hand and open heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity. And so I ask, wilt thou join in my endeavors? I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, and true, we shall not be long away from best way Barrows. Difficult decisions must need be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind, and our desire is to save people at Theres. To make clear our resolve of Loporrit's. What was that in the background? Loporrit's, I would offer them a gift, but it makes both require a more singular ingredient. What is that? So do they just randomly enlarge? Weird. Okay, it eats. Fluently large body is grown to maximum size. Weird creature. Weird indeed. An abundance of fungi excellence. A chance to spy the aggregation when crossing Zodiac Wild's prison. Using the spell taught to me by the Namu, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I shall fashion. The magic requires considerable concentration, however might I prevail upon thee to stand and watch whilst I perform the incantation. Well, I did want to fight one of these, so. Ow. I gotta watch again. Surveying the nearby area, you see no signs of potential threats. This would be a good opportunity to see how Urianger is faring. There, 'tis done. A magic ink every ounce as efficiency as that crafted by the Namu. Rare is the occasion I would conjure my own, but and nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is admittedly possessed of no prenature properties, but its hue is one of my own choosing, which I pray the Leopardies will appreciate. Oh, thank goodness. I thought you had been eaten or had perhaps fallen into a crater. This will have been looking all over for you. She says you need to speak with you. She needs to speak to you with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was quite clear that she wished to speak with the adventurer alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Urianger. But worry not, it just so happens we need your help with an errand. Delivering a package from the Rutgers Palace to Bestway Vala. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Labradors. And we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. Are you insulting? Are you insisting I would betray the trust of Hydaelyn's chosen, or worse, do anything to risk getting you to live bad side? She's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now off with you. Worry not, I shan't be long. I do the same thing each time. It's not even the area of my sprint. Well, technically it's the area of my sprint. Can I just fall down? No. Let's see, well, this portion looks more like a forest. Well, it looks more like a park than a forest. Oh, you thought you would have be away for far longer. That emergency, I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Way, apparently has much to tell us about the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there any way he likely to stop and rest, or perhaps there is a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice, and well, if it's really that important, you can try using these balls of mouse flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Running Way's other notable features is his insensate chatter, so he'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Kuba, if it proves effective, he was there in Greatest Innsvale when the last I saw him. Let us split up and find him. Alright, what trick are they playing on it? I see. Oh, got him. Oh, that's smart. And if this was meant to be a joke, it isn't funny. Yes, I'm running away. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of moose flesh? I'm mildly knowledgeable about the final days. Huh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the Great Voyage. It's true that Hydaelyn did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other Laparai around here. That's probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry I couldn't be more help, but if there's nothing else, I'll work to do. And I'm off. Awfully suspicious. Oh, what's the weather? Moon dust. Getting locked near the entrance, but there's no sign of him. Can't find neither hide nor hair of him. How do you fare? He knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Ariane? I assume you spoke with him earlier. Did he say when he'll be returning? On his way to the Watcher's place with the Living Way. Between Going Way's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Oriage a hand. But now, hold on a moment. It is all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including the pertaining to the final days. If some scheme is afoot, surely Oriage would be the first to see through it. Then again, he does tend to give others the benefit of the doubt. I'm beginning to grow tired of these games. Oh, what to do. I promised Living Way I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I swear the Laparaites are up to something, but if there is ought to be learned of the final days, I think it best we play along, for now at least. Pretty sure all the ether currents are inside this whole complex, which is still pretty massive. It's on the upper floor anyways. still need to go up. Yeah, that teleport is useful. The architecture of this place is pretty impressive, though more than a little confusing to navigate. Is it too much to ask for clear marked X's or a map, perhaps? What other knowledge do you suppose we could glean from their archives? The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing ain't good enough. If you have naught else to tell us as the final days, we need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Do you yourself not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was to be perfect paradise for the people of Aethores, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hope that you'll see the wonders we have to offer, but you've found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept there. Ah, so that's the Living Race game, running us about in circles and failing that, lock us the way so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Urianger. He understands what is at stake, what must be done. I fear you misjudge us, Growing. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aethores and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We will all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of our plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs or maybes now. The people of Aethores will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Have they decided to use weapons? Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. So, Arcanus is in Thaumaturgus, I assume. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. Sadly, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed, let us reconvene where Argos awaits outside. Why am I the one to deal with them? They're mages. Let Thancred do it. Carrot and Moon. Fire and Moonstone. will I randomly be attacked? Is that legitimately it? Okay. I really don't want to jump down. How many do I need for the flying ability here on the moon? I need 5 quests. That was legitimately it. Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Urianger.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Atheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loporrits were born of Hydaelyn's love for Atheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer, the anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
flower. How came into your possession? How very like her. Got it, but it's like you may come to know her true intentions which remain a mystery even to us. In our time, we call it Ellipse. You would do well to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Atheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Sharlayan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphinaud and the others waiting long enough.
It was a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well, though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must need be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it does necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you and all of our fellow Scions. When next I return to Aetheris, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirit. With the Laparades in Oriage capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there's much to discuss with Alphinaud and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel, and our battle for this star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Oh, it was that. Oh, that's so creepy. Guess I successfully believe we went to the moon and back, but we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver the thorough, detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone's getting on here as well. They've only just began to treat the temporary prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is a great importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The head of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed. Though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent in a panic, not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first, to broken glass. Do I not do the gym right here? Oh, that's why I didn't do it. It's like hidden under 4 quests. Ooh. It's good to see you all again. Not worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what became of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the Temper inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, so we have petitioned to aid for the allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to prefer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subjected to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow Scion, we have endeavored to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of the Temper. Will all the Temper be relocated? Not at all. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has been gone. Enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphinaud and Alizé's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decision regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they have intended to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For a mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnir. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the Beast Tribes have received instructions on the matters needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Proxy affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts as well as of those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to the homelands after the transfer of Temperate has been completed. Lucia and I will remain along the small forest to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that account for recent events here. So what of the moon and the telephory? Xenos escaped, and Daniel's dead. The final days, guys. I pray your victory will mark the end of our troubles. There's still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would we be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also receive your fellow Scions from their present duties that they may return to Sharlayan. Your energies are better spent finding means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you will be happy to hear that Mr. Skrull, though still on the mend, has been moved to Baldesion Annex and given into Taru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiark, and you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. Aye, you are the only foe he considered worthy. And even if my men found him, who but you could even hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject, Xenos and the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They have denounced the Crown Prince and condemned his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and the continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Vitor Galvis, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Fandaniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he not but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Sharlayan. Now we gotta directly speak with Spawn about their secret visits to the moon. Welcome back. We were terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Adeline called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the live stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, it was all aches and frostbite. Exhausted of ether, so exhausted in fact that I could only laugh, for it was In that moment, I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zod. With that, I could laugh at a time like this, but we prevented Zodiark from being unleashed upon the world. I'm curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should await for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. Alright. Let's give people a show now. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Urianger be joining us? Duty keeps him away. I'm afraid, though, the adventurer can explain why better than I am. To find the days as befell Emerald. And we are to escape the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I have no intentions of standing by while the world falls into ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answer at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Emerald, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiark, sacrificing half of the star population and the dueling. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days. A feat which even the Emerald teams could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues to Mar Lamentorium. There's still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Emeranis' creation magic, but we command no such power, which invites the question what havoc is in store for us. If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the forum, then having worked with the Laparatis in secret all this time, there is surely more they can't tell us. Forgive the interruptions, I have urgent news. The forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out. They're about to tell the masses about the final days.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the Ethereal Sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the Ethereal Sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children, and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions, and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, We have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave. I may look daggers at him, but I will neither speak nor draw them.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the Moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
As soon as we lay down to try to go to sleep, it's going to be another uproar of the planet crying like it was on the moon. Because it's been a minute since it got hit. Granted, if we take into account that they travel by foot and not teleportation. Kratos and the Forum had made a rather monumentous announcement, so there will be a great exodus there. I'm reminded of my narrow escape of the Isle of Val, the realization, the running of mixtures of relief and regret. After why me, I ask myself, why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here and we'll get through this together, and who knows, maybe my luck will rub off on a grant everyone escape. There's no harm to praying for us much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your team's on the way. That's a Graha. He seems like the type to do that.
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to... If you could spare a moment before bed. Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time. I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear. It is surely too much for any one woman. But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of, baggage. You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come. To the ends of the world and beyond. But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true? They brought back tempered Garlean soldiers.
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Okay, what was that? They're giving hints to all the class
Another day,
stuff.
another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here?
Are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat has abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
It started in Vavnir. Oh, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we received another call for assistance. This one comes from Razahan. The other have assembled at the main hall to discuss situations. You must join them at once. Oh, is that the Pelt of Gaming? Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago, we received grim tidings from our contact at Razahan. Wild beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Razahan are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed, Crow. You best remain here with Tataru, gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for Ilvermine. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. The sun scorches earth and boils seas.
our sins ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Everyone has sympathy, yes. I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. Here you'll find a dense jungle we call Lance Valley. It's a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vritra and the Radiant Host have gone ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in our power to destroy this blasphemy.
Oh, this is a dungeon too.
Was not expecting that. Ah, insta-Q. Love of being a hater. If only our tank was break up. There we go. There we go. Really thought most of these pieces would be on the moon. Not gonna lie. There, Wallacell.
These are children of Flatman. Forgive me. I could do them no
Oh, this thing is just eating. He pulled big.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
That's a death wish. Oh, that was close. Up.
What is his vile presence I sense? Your draweth near. Be on your guard.
But say, what did the Dragoon go? He just wouldn't run it off. Oh, Mother's dead. Brain from voice of these relocated. Oh, elephant cat. Oh, now I want to crit the healing. I didn't want to crit earlier. Oh my gosh. There's a ton of them in this guy. Bigger nippers is more of a pain. Dragoons of Outlaw. There's lots of monsters. Alright, dressing the tank. I died. There was no way for me to get out of that. Oh, he's actually using his mitigations right, though. Because that could have took way more damage off. They got this. Only at 26%. Unless the dancer dies. That seems like a little bit. Oh no, I lagged. Oh yeah, I was lagging. Dancer's dead. Dancer's about to die. They gotta finish this before another big move kills him. Oh, just the Gunbreaker. He has to get 3% of health. 10%. That was a smart choice, actually. If the flames don't kill him. Oh, GG. I got 4,000 kills. I could just randomly get 4,000 kills. And I wanted none of that stuff. At least it looks good. But I don't have a high enough ninja for it. That was a good gunbreaker. Wish I could commend them.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it will do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Ra-Zet-Han will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Already host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those bees were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We might remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Magadoda. For the time being there, I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations, the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered this tragic event, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alizé and I will see the Paxa path. Venka Ishola pray make for Dharma I leave Artha to Graha and you. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Magadola, that we might share what we learned with the Satrap. Shall we be off then? Artha is home to the High Crucible of Alakam Maya, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good as a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nadine, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our inquiries. Oh, I probably... all but my pants, which is full. I actually like these, how colorful they are. There you are. I remember those red eyes. You were with the Scions who commissioned the scales from us, so yes. I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We're assisting the Satrap in the investigation with the crisis that plagues the city. Do you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crushing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and I could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of the Balshan Bazaar. In the next distance, the monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. And a handful of radiant rushed to the scene, only to be thence falling as the being and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the market. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should enter next to the bazaar then. I actually really like this outfit. Like, the middle piece for the chest piece is a little exaggerated, but other than that, I actually like it. Forgive me, but my shop is closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions made a mess of the place they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You have better luck asking there. So this is Bevder's weave. I must say it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert on the Corvoisi culture. Of course, I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Sharlayan, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in the recent days, I felt more accurately aware of my heritage and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it, the wisdom of that ancient elf. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvos again, if only once. Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is more appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through the entire way with the force of a tidal wave, and then it was gone as quickly as it came. Sister, have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First, I heard the scream, then a horde of raving beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a myriad, throwing people about like ragdolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same, but the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more noises in the throng, beasts or victims. I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are saved. The High Crucible too has survived, mostly unscathed. Pray, stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that is the most we can expect that the people here to tell us. I think it's best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Ikarai Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in the Mayhem can surely tell us more. Yeah, after the enormous beast, are you? Yeah, I saw it, including the very instant that poor transformed into the guys for putting me there. It started over there by the window. A few men, merchants, probably talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, the leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hand, and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body bursts apart, and there's standing a hideous, slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again until the changes take them to the stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmares indeed. Incidentally, do you perhaps know who those merchants were? No, I am a decorator by trade, not much cause to mingle with their sort. So, Nihil, the barmaid, chatting with them, though she might know something. Oh, pardon me, anyway, take a seat, wherever you like. We are open for business as per usual. Why aren't they open? Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it. Anyway, I saw it too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Myriad poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an enormous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast guys caused on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue skies above turned red as blood. Myriad, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant hosts came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beasts manifested before the skies began to burn? I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. Oh, there. Welcome to Myriad's Mayhem. What can we get you? You come here not for liberations, but rather for information. You are Miley? Yes. We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the Satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Galiziel was his name. He ran his own custodium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnir specialties. I know him. If the names ring a bell, didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavnair? If I recall correctly, Gazil ran a trading operations in Yildamad, and it was there that you made Matsoya acquaintance. Yes, that's the same name. No doubt, a rather successful man from what I gathered. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market of luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of the trading consortium, indeed. Gazil was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet, as they discussed matters further, Gazil's tones grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me, I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Do you notice anything unusual about Gazil in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Gazil lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and his associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it would help. What do you say? I like how the weather is apocalypse. Made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Gazil lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama, the name is new to me. How do we get there? I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else it is a start. Come, let us see where this leads to take us. Let's see, after leaving Mezir, we retrace ourselves to head backward towards the Ithari Plaza. Oh, that's just directions? Pretty straightforward after this. I don't think I had tons of this Ithari. And this must be Kama. We arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay, and no doubt someone here can tell us more about Kazil. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Are we just going into people's houses? Kazil, you say? Yes, I know him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return, he spent his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn to dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortune around. Then at night, I heard the door open, looked out to see Kazil sitting on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of, other than the troubles with his Castellarium. He was the same old Kazil, cordial and honest like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in the temple incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughter told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, heard little about these bazaars going on. Rest assured, the city is safe now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you to stay close to your daughter and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Yep, I didn't have something to it. Oh, I haven't done something else apparently either. I can figure that out now. And apparently the Aetheryte for Razahan. Can you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for either chit-chat. Well, that one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon your intrusions, you may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Daphne. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before you leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask you a question or two. Do you know the local merchant named Kazil? If so, do you notice anything unusual about him recently? Kazil, I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many other, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he managed to turn things around, thanks to the generous order from Rivolda Fibers. Why, he was particularly dancing in the streets. I haven't spoke with him since, but I assume it all went well. Jinaba might be able to tell you more, though. I recall he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Jinaba at Rava Fibers. This sounds promising. Mason Maker? What it is? Oh, I see. I can't teleport inside the city without with that G'raha tier. That's annoying. I think I got a further walk than before now. Oh, it's still disabled. It's quite the sight the red skies above. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and the stars fell. Creation magic right above. That was nice sunshine when I saw Emerald. Perhaps the ancients believed the same, that the terror of a single powerful individual was the cause of their calamity. And yet, those self-same horrors now manifest themselves before our eyes. What could it be that set the heavens aflame and turned ordinary men into beasts? The farming silkworms, this must be Rava fibers where we should find Janaba. But hurry, I say, there's no time to waste. Pardon me, but are you buying and selling here? Yes. We have a few questions that we would like to. I'm sorry, but I simply don't have the time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before the accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment and ask the others what to put where. And you can carry our fabrics. Go to the door and speak with Camila. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, the textiles are our livelihoods. Handle them with care. The area is for employees only, out. What's that? You come to help? Oh, praise be the Mendurville. Kind of stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you pass 3 storehouses, yes? Like you to carry a small crate to never found by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is for Manua, and that massive crate there's for Namira by the middle storehouse. Watch your back on with that one. These are all the crates we have ready. Once we've been delivered, consider your work have completed. The lightest one, the one with the silks, need to be brought to Napafu by the storehouse near the hatchery. Crate with clothing needs to go to Manir primary at storehouse. The large one is Zamiria, is waiting for one on that one by the metal storehouse. Okay, where's the crates? Or just that? Is it? Then you come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. You have any crates of finished products such as corporate clothing and the like, pray bring them here to the primary storehouse. A crate of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? A good thing that never know when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. A crate full of fabrics is exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away from you. You carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say, and so quickly too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest. Please return to Jinnaba and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we are grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late, but generous souls like yourself gives me hope that we may emerge from trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times. Done as I asked, have you? If Camilla is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed? We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the door, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out a scream of such agony and such terror that the next instant he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then He too transformed. I'm sorry, there was something you wanted to ask? Indeed. You knew the merchant Kazil, did you not? I believe he has some dealing with your establishment. Kazil, I knew him well. We arranged for his castorium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end, we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most unreliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'll discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw at Van's body? Yes, soldier and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink of turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomena occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, undergo the change. I suspect that everything began with Kazil. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were that triggered his transformation? Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. We get to on with this discussion and call it a day. We were reconvened with the others in front of the Magdatoa, where that should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy, but remember, your lives are far more precious than anywhere. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed, I thank you for your concern and pray you to take care of you as well.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely death.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap!
The Satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy!
We'll spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Run! As fast as you can!
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
My son.
Enough. You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes. We'll survive. You must.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alisaie! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaca's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village! I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest!
Right!
Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
Rafa stepping up. We must say Palaca stands, whatever it takes. Masalia, it pains me to put you in harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Of course, Palaca stand is not far off. just down that hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beast that you encounter. Alisaie and I will keep Miss Sawyer hidden amidst the trees. Follow when the path is clear. There's no telling what dangers awaits us. Keep your eyes peeled. Nice to know some of the creatures have their judging mechanics, you know? Let me account for this first. It cannot be. You must heal those who can and quickly see no beasts, but stay on your guard. The cooling body has already begun to stiff. The massive wound suggests the villager was gored by a terrible beast. The villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who lost the will to live. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep. You call out, but the man does not respond. Have you come to help us? Too late, my family, my friends. Are these the only villagers who survive? I can only hope others manage to flee, but if the rest have been turned to beasts by the flow, let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further. And no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we over ourselves suffer a similar fate. Alright, with this, I'm gonna call it. Which, we got to the final day, so it isn't that bad. I'll see y'all later.